Hello! Happy Friday morning, evening, nighttime, afternoon, whatever time of the day it is. That's the thing about starting sprints at this hour of the day for us. Because it's 6
Yeah.
o'clock. It's 6 o'clock in the evening in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
But no matter where it is in the world, it could be like who knows what time of the day it is.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's
if you've never
yeah.
been
I
to
mean,
sprints with me
especially
before, I
oh, I
oh
don't know if
I
my
haven't
internet's
turned
went funny
myself
now.
down. You can hear me talk. Um,
Yeah.
am I back?
Yeah. Yeah. All good.
Okay, good. So, if you've never been to sprints with me before, I like to decide how long we're going to be sprinting with a spinner wheel.
Okay.
And it has a range of times going from 5 minutes, where you just have time to run to the bathroom. You can go and get a drink of water. You can just stretch your legs. Or you have like a 90-minute feature film.
Okay.
And we've only had one 90 minutes before. We've never had a 5 minute.
Okay.
So I feel like you might be a good luck charm that you might bring in like one of the good ones, because last week was way too chaotic. Last
I
week there
mean,
was
I mean, personally, I would prefer to do a 90-minute rather than a 5-minute.
same.
Just like
I
I can
feel
only
like
just read one page in 5 minutes.
in 90 minutes you can actually get a lot done. In
Yeah.
5 minutes you cannot do anything.
Nothing.
But last week we had two 15s,
Mm-hmm.
a 30, a 45, and then another 15. And I was like,
Yeah.
you know what? I liked the variety.
Yeah.
But also I didn't like the shortness of the 15s.
Yeah.
It was a nice way to start it. It was a nice way to like kick it off.
Mm-hmm.
But then after that it got a little bit too tedious and I needed something longer.
Yeah.
So also Claire is joining me for the first time on Sprints. Hi Claire.
I'm here for the first time.
Why don't you tell everybody about yourself?
Okay, well, my name's Claire, and my channel is Claire's Creative Corner, and I've been doing it since probably the end of last year, but in the last like month or two, it's just like went up massively, which is crazy to
Love
me. I love reading fantasy, romance, contemporary romance, some thrillers, just a range of genres, really. So I'm open to trying anything, really. So,
Nice.
but that's me.
Also, Claire is hosting a read along for the next couple
Yeah.
of months. If you have not read any of, is it the Chestnut Springs or Chestnut Falls?
Chestnut Springs series by
Chestnut
Elsie
Springs.
Silver.
So
Yeah.
that's the ones that have like Flawless, Heartless, Powerless, Reckless, and
Yep.
there's another.
If you like cowboy romances, small town romances, they are really, really good, quick reads. So myself, Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading, and Leandra from Leandra the TBR Zero, we are all hosting this read along, and we're going to do one book a month, have a live show at the start of the following month, and we'll be doing that up until August. So yeah, but we've already got a ton of people doing it so far, which has been great, which I never ever expected to get that amount of people doing it. So that's been really great for me. So
I love that though. I love
Yeah.
when you host something like that and people are like, oh my God, I'm genuinely excited to get involved with this one.
Yeah, because I never thought that would happen. I've tried to do a read along in the past and I've only had a few people doing it, but this time, for whatever reason people want to do this, I've got about over 40 people doing it, which is crazy.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Cowboy romances are having their moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Cowboy romances are so big right now.
Yeah.
So I think that that's the pull-in factor. I think that people are just like, they're genuinely excited to read cowboy romances. So speaking of reading or being productive or anything like that, do tell us in the comments what you are getting up to this morning, evening, afternoon, nighttime. Let us know what you are going to be reading. Let us know what you are going to be doing. Claire, what are you going to be reading or doing?
Well, I will be reading this evening. I'm currently doing 30 books in 30 days.
Oh, Godspeed. I say Godspeed like I'm not doing 30 books.
Yeah, so I am currently 11 books in. I'm currently reading my 12th book, which is The Wisteria Society of Lady Scoundrels, which is, if you've never read that, it's like a Regency Bridgerton kind of vibe. So
I feel like that's very timely because didn't the third series Isn't
Yes,
there a trailer for
the
that
trailer
come out,
just
like,
came out.
yesterday
It
slash
looks
the day
so good,
before?
and I'm so excited. Bridgerton's one of my favorite TV shows, so I'm very excited for that. So that's my current read at the moment. I'm only 18% in, and so far so good. I'm really enjoying it because I've had a
Nice.
few not so great reads doing 30 books in 30 days,
Um,
mostly 4 and 5 stars, but I've had a couple of like 2 stars. So hopefully this one will be a lot better. So,
Hopefully that brings it back up. Is that
fingers.
a sequel?
The Mysterious
Or am
Society.
I thinking of it? Or am I thinking of a different series altogether?
I think it's the start of a series. I think this is the first.
Okay. Okay. Then
Yeah.
I've got an idea as what it is. It is Sarah Hawley.
No, it's India Holton.
Oh, then I've got a totally different book series in my head. But I have heard really good things about both of them. So
Yeah.
I'm very excited for you to get involved with it.
Yeah.
So I am reading The Honey Don't List by Christina Lauren.
Okay.
I'm 104 pages in and I'm having a good time.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
It's two, like, a married couple who are basically running like a Extreme Makeover Home Edition or Bobby Burke's part of Queer Eye. They're doing like a TV show,
Oh, right.
magazine,
Okay.
all of that shit around that concept.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have like this massive fallout, big blow up argument at each other. And they have assistants each. And their two assistants are kind of dragged into the whole thing because they have to still go on their book tour across America. And they hate each other, can't be seen in the same room, have to book like separate bedrooms, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I am just at the start of the book tour now, and things are starting to get very interesting.
Oh, okay. I've never read Christina Lauren actually,
I
which is terrible.
really like them. I
I've
will
never
say I've
read
had a
them.
bit of up and down with them lately, but
Yeah.
I have got that, and I've also got Roomies or Roommates. Roomies. That is on my next read shelf because I want to I've got a vlog coming out at the end of the month that involves Christina Lauren books. So that is what I'm going to be doing with my eyes, and with my ears I am going to be listening to Fangirl Down by Tessa Bailey.
Okay.
And Tessa Bailey and I have not had great successes in the last while. But this is the Masters weekend, big weekend for like golf, and the book is about like a golfer and his like big heart eyes super fan who becomes his caddy. So I'm kind of like tying in for my dad's watching the golf and I am reading Golf Smut. We are not the same person. So let's see what all of you are getting up to today.
Yeah.
Hi, Vanessa. I will be in a meeting when you go live, but I'm just stopping by to hit the like button. Thank you so much. Click the comment, Aoife. Hello, Daniela. Thank you so much for joining. I'm currently having pizza and beer, and I will either study or I will try to read, still reading Iris Kelly, or just do nothing. Sometimes you need a do nothing sprint.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Absolutely.
one of the sprints just has to be sitting on the couch and keeping your body alive.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just what you need to do.
Yeah.
Hello, Kirsty. Thank you so much for joining. Hello, Amberly. I will be reading a bit of Middlemarch and then a bit of Elantris to start.
Ooh.
Those sound very interesting.
Yeah.
Hi, Julie. I'm at work, so I can't keep reading. I can't read today, but I have got you up for company. Thank you so much. I hope you're both doing good. I'm doing good. Claire, you doing good?
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm doing good.
It's a Friday. You can't be not
It's
doing
the
good on a
weekend.
Friday. Also, Claire had the genius big brain Friday moment of taking the day off work.
Yes.
So she's having like the best Friday.
I'm having a long weekend and I can't wait.
The best Friday. I'm planning on reading The Doll Factory by Elizabeth McNeil. I blitzed through the first 40 pages, but I'm now on page 60 and I'm starting to lose interest.
Oh.
So maybe a DNF.
Oh, that's
hopefully it's just like a dip and it will just come
back up. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's just like a little, like, slight little dip in quality.
Yeah.
I read The Honey Don't List a few years ago and it was great. I really liked that it had disability rep. It does have really good disability rep. I will say that.
That's good to see. Yeah.
Yeah. My backup option is also a Christina Lauren, I'm reading the soulmate equation for a compatibility vlog. I'm reading some of my friends' all-time favorites to see if we are bookishly compatible. I love those kind of taste tests where you get someone else's favorite book and they get your favorite book, and then you're just like, do we actually like the same things? Are we pretty much the same person, or do we like go into a bookshop and diverge, and we'll see each other?
Yeah. Well, I've actually just uploaded a vlog today, actually, and I was reading books that are themed around Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading, because I had one book which is for her Patreon book club and for the B&K book club as well, and then 2 of her favourite books that she'd read recently, and they were all pretty much all 4 and 5 stars. So I think me and Brittany, we've got
you and Brittany have got very similar
really
tastes.
good.
Drop the link so that people can go and watch it in the first sprint.
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. We'll do.
Where are we? I DNF'd the On Honeymooners, so I am cautious about this one. I get that. If you
I
had
do
a
have
bad
that on the Kindle. I do have that. So I don't know if I
will
if
say,
maybe pick it up.
I will say, I enjoyed the On Honeymooners. I reread it last year in August, around the time the Amazing Readathon. I reread it, and I had a really good time with it. And then I read the audio exclusive follow-up to it. Didn't think that was as good, but I did have a good time with the On Honeymooners. But I do see some people's kind of concerns.
Right, okay.
Worries. I see them and I respect them and I understand
I'll give it a try.
Go in and just see how it goes. I mean, I'm technically doing the same thing with Tessa Bailey right now, in that I've read 3 of her books and I liked 1.
I don't know. What books has Tessa Bailey done?
Tessa Bailey has done Fix Her Up, Too Hot to Handle. She's done It Happened One Summer, which is the only one I've read and I enjoyed.
Like that one, yeah.
So going into Fangirl Down has been an experience of how are we going to get along this time? So far, we seem to be doing okay, but I don't want to tempt fate. I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
Hi, Beatrice.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Kathleen. I've made it. These sprints have been so helpful every week with reading and chores. Yes, this is not just a reading sprint. This is also a productivity sprint. So if you're at work, because it's 10 o'clock in the morning for you, if you're in the US, you need to get stuff done, get stuff done. If you need to clean your house, go clean your house. If you want to get like a shopping list written out, you can get your shopping list written out. That's why I don't name them as like Friday reading wheel of sprints. It's just wheel of sprint, and then your decision what you do is up to you.
Yeah.
My week has literally been a do nothing week. I indulged in snacks and TV all week for mental health reset. I love the self-care.
To do that,
I love this.
Yeah, because I think it was towards the end of March, I was in a really, really bad reading slump. I didn't want to pick anything up. So I just had it as like my self-care week of just catching up on some TV, doing other things. And I think it really, really helped me, because I think I had a bit of reading burnout, because I went really hard in January and February. And I think I just got to that point. I was so burned out.
And also, if you were going to do 1330, you just needed to take a break.
Yeah, definitely.
Like 1330 is intense.
Oh.
I just did some oatmeal. I'm having it with various berries. So strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, and one more that I don't know. That's fair. That's fair. There's too many like options out there sometimes. And there's like fruits that I know the name of but don't know to see. And then fruits that I know to see and I don't know the name.
Yeah.
Going into Little every day is an experience. My partner and I are the same with almost everything, but our reading vastly diverges. They are 99% YA and horror with 0 fantasy. I thought Ren was a fantasy people. I genuinely thought Ren read fantasy. Why did I think Ren read fantasy? Well, I am 99% adult and fantasy. We love each other, so it's all good. But it does mean that if you guys go into a bookshop, like they're going to go this way, you're going to go this way, see it, the tills, love you, bye. Where are we? I also need to finish an e-shop order. I haven't bought clothes in months, but everything is 25% off. Ooh, take advantage.
Take
take advantage. So I am going to fill some of those wardrobe holes. Yes, especially because Europe is just coming into summer. And Central Europe, where Daniela lives, is going to be pretty hot. So I would suggest bring in a whole new wardrobe just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
So as of now, we have gotten to the end of the comments. Claire, would you like to have your first ever reading wheel?
Yeah, let's do it.
So let's see how long the wheel has decided that our first sprint is going to be.
Okay.
I feel like for the first one, I'd like a medium length sprint. So like a 30 or a 45.
Maybe.
Or we can have 790 and going out the gate.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
How do you feel like really setting the bar high? If it continues with 90, 90, 90, 90, I think we're all going to have a mental breakdown, but it's fine.
I've jinxed something, clearly.
We'll get it going.
Yeah.
No, I think I was the one that jinxed it because as soon as I pressed it, I was like, I would just like to have something normal. And then the wheel really said the opposite of last time indeed. If you weren't here for my sprint last week, we started with 2 15-minute sprints.
Yeah.
And the wheel said, we do not recognize 15 minutes right now. You will have your 90-minute sprint and you will enjoy every second of it.
Yeah.
They've read a little bit of fantasy, but if they had the option of fantasy or anything else, they would pretty much go with anything else. Yeah, same. To be quite honest, I've never been a fantasy girly. So I think Ren and I, we'd be going to the same areas. We match pretty much 100% on fantasy, so we tend to meet back up in the manga section. That's fair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Beatrice was here with me last week, and we both had a 15-minute sprint for the first sprint, and now she genuinely thinks that she's done something to the wheel. But it's okay.
Yeah, I think I've done something to the wheel, clearly.
Wheel has done what Wheel wanted to do, so we're gonna let the wheel go, and we'll see each other in 90 minutes.
See you then.
Have fun, everybody.
Yeah.
Welcome back. We've joined by a Margaret, who literally drops an F now so that she can go close her curtains. Hold on, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Hi,
Margaret. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I finished my grocery shopping and only forgot 2 things. It's great.
Hooray!
So, anyways,
brain power. That's fun.
One of them was the pizza dough. So I have to go back out, but I still have to go out to get fake cheese because I wasn't going anywhere that would have fake cheese. So
that's fair. Are you just gonna do completely plain cheese, or are you gonna put toppings on it?
I'm going to do a Hawaiian barbecue pizza.
Ooh.
Game changer.
One half I'm going to do with the fake cheese to see if I like it, or a part I'm going to do with fake cheese to see if it's any good.
Good idea.
And then the other part I'm just going to do without any of that shit.
Fair. And what are we reading for today?
Well, at the moment, I'm trying to finish Animorphs 3 so that I can start the 7-year slip.
Oh, yeah, you told me you were going to do that.
Yes, I did.
I'm so glad to be here for it.
I love that you forgot already.
In my defense, when you messaged me that, I was doing the sleeping. And then when I saw it, I was doing the barely woken up.
True facts. That makes sense.
Barely alive. In that sprint, how did you guys do? Claire, how did we get on?
Well, I had some foods during that sprint, and I managed to get to 30% of Wisteria Society. I'm really liking it. It's really good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Is it giving you the Bridgerton vibes that you wanted it?
Yes, definitely. And also Peaky Blinders, if you've watched that TV show. It's the main male character. He's kind of like an assassin, and our main female character is his target. So I think there might be a romance between the two of them, which I think is quite interesting. So it's definitely giving me those Regency Bridgerton vibes that I was looking for.
We love it.
Yeah.
We love it.
Excellent. Margaret, did you get reading done?
I did. I read 39 pages of the Animorphs book, and then while I was shopping, I read 110 pages of my audiobook, which is The Only Good Indians by Stephen Graham Jones. I have no fucking idea what's happening right now in this book, but it's good.
Yeah. I haven't heard the best things about that book.
I question what people have to say about it, just because I know that when it was first put out, primarily white readers got it.
Oh.
So a lot of the bad reviews were from people who didn't understand what they were getting.
Yeah.
And didn't weren't interested in making the connections that needed to be made. So I loved his Indian Lake trilogy. So I knew that I was like, I want to try all of his other stuff. I know some of his novellas can be a bit intense for people because he packs everything that he'll put in a novel, he packs into the novella. And I know people who are like, no, it's too much all at once.
Yeah.
Because it's horror. So there's too much blood and gore and awful for them.
Yeah. That's not for me. That's not for me.
No. He is probably the author that is responsible for getting me into horror. Because I read My Heart is a Chainsaw and was like, this is the best shit ever.
Yeah.
How gory is that? I mean, it's got chainsaw in the title, so I'm assuming quite.
It's probably going to be gory.
So,
yeah.
If I remember correctly, and I need to reread it, My Heart is there's a lot of weird, unsettling, creepy stuff for most of the book, and then there's an absolute bloodbath at the end. Some people do die horribly, but it's not any worse than what you would see in a thriller or a mystery. Well, mystery novel. And then the end might be a bit much for people, and then our main character does it's in her past. It doesn't go into great detail, but she was CSA'd as a kid.
Okay.
I honestly would warn people away from it specifically because of the blood and gore and because of that plot line.
Yeah,
that's fair.
But it's also
a lot of people want to read.
Yeah, it's also a fantastic, weird, creepy. If you like almost like summer camp in the woods type horror slasher stuff, it's fantastic for that.
Yeah.
So, and there's always a little bit of a supernatural twist to Stephen Graham Jones's work, which I appreciate and enjoy. So.
Interesting. Do tell us in the comments how you got on. We had a couple of new friends join us. We also had the link to Claire's latest vlog where she reads rather like Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading. We had Coda come in and say hello. I don't know if he's gone or not, but hi, Coda. Bree came in to say hello. Hi, Bree. Hi, Rosie. I just joined. I'm reading Fairy Tale and I'm needing the company today as my sister-in-law is in hospital.
Oh no!
I'm so sorry to hear it. I hope that your sister-in-law is doing okay. But we are here. Yes, and we're here to keep you company and keep you occupied and distracted if you need to be until everything is sorted out.
Yeah.
Chloe thought that I started at 6, but it's fine. You're here and that doesn't matter. I'm so sorry I'm late. I'm making dinner and watching TV, but I will read afterwards. Excellent. What are you planning to read today? Alicia joined. I'm just joining, getting lunch and reading The Age of Witches, trying to finish it today. Well, if the spinner wheel decides that it wants to give us another 90 minutes, then you'll get that done.
I must have jinxed it, clearly.
You know what the fun part was? It was right beside a 15-minute, and I was like, here we fucking go again. And then I was just like, let me tick over one more space. Hello, stopping by to say hello. Hello. I think you may be gone, but hello if you're still here. Hello, Jess. Thank you for joining. Had dinner, did the dishes, washed my hair, did 0 reading. You know what, though? That is still a productive sprint.
Yeah.
That is still, you used every minute of those 90 minutes, so I would still say that's a productive sprint. I feel good that I managed some housework today, though, so I will read as a reward next sprint. Excellent. I think that's a very good compromise. Michelle was finally able to catch a sprint with me. Yeah. I'm in Atlanta, so it's almost 2 p.m. here. I just finishing up a challenging work morning, and I'm taking a reading break to read the Foresight Saga. Are you enjoying it so far? Did a bunch of coding exercises, some chores, and some Duolingo. Ooh, how's your Duolingo going? Fed our 4 puppies.
God bless.
Oh.
And made sure that they were settled and also read 10 pages. That's a good sprint. Read nearly 3 chapters of Middlemarch. Excellent. Claire, if you like those kind of books, I can recommend Agency for Scandal by Laura Wood. It's YA, but it's like Bridgerton crossed with Enola Holmes.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I'll definitely check that out for sure.
Has any of you seen Enola Holmes? Is it good?
I haven't watched it.
I have
Margaret.
and had an absolute blast with it. Like,
I've heard really good things about it.
I had a good time.
So here's the thing, and I don't know if anyone else will know this comparison, but it gave me very Gallagher Girl by Ally Carter vibes, except in the past. So it's very like over the top and kind of campy and like, but it's a good fun time and I enjoyed it. If you like that kind of like breaking the fourth wall kind of storyline where you're almost the actors are almost interacting with you like you're there. I love that kind of stuff. Do they break
it a lot?
Yep. She does, because basically she's narrating it, and so she'll turn and she'll talk to you and be like, "I bet you're wondering why I blah blah blah," and like so she'll talk to you almost like you're Watson.
Okay.
And because of my theater background, I love that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Like just making the audience part of the thing is just it's so much fun.
Yeah, it is.
I know some people hate it with a passion, though.
Kind of like in Fleabag.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Because I love how they did it in Fleabag.
Like it's been so long. I feel like Harriet the Spy was very much like that. So yeah.
I've not seen Harriet the Spy, so I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
But yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
The Indian Lake trilogy is so good. I didn't love The Only Good Indians the way that a lot of people seem to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't personally heard the best things about it, so I'm staying clear of it, really.
Yeah. I think if you're going to read Indian Lake, because it is like it is better. But also I think that's because Jade as a main character is a much more likable main character than our main character in this one. So like we just had a a thing where like he's just a guy. And a kind of shitty guy.
I think as well, so many people will read the same book differently that you might have a phenomenal time with it.
Yeah, I think if you like Indian Lake, it's worth picking up Only Good Indians to get more of that, because it's kind of more of that same vibe. But if you're going to choose between one or the other, I would say Indian Lake. If you want to try something that's a little bit less gory, although trigger warnings for animal death. Animal death in both. But I do, but definite trigger warning for like death of a pet in Only Good Indians.
Okay.
Stay away, but it's a lot more low key so far and just creepy at this point. Like just weird mystery stuff happening.
Just unsettling.
Unsettling. Whereas My Heart is a Chainsaw, you go in and it's like, yeah, this is a slasher, and I'm getting ready for a slasher, and who's the final? Sorry, anyways.
I see. Chloe is going to return to Floating Hotel by Grace Curtis. I'm enjoying the slow pace and the vibes. It's sci-fi. That's why I haven't heard it. I was like, I don't know this book. And then she's like, it's sci-fi. Oh, I don't read that.
Sci-fi.
I don't do that. Yes, we need to know what kind of puppies they are and how old are they. I'm just reading The Bright Spot by Jill Sharvis. I have read and loved a few of hers. Nice.
Nice.
I liked Enola Holmes. It wasn't amazing, but it was fun. Sometimes that's what you need.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't have to be fantastic.
But if the vibes are good.
You're here for the vibes, and the vibes are on point.
I think we put too much pressure on ourselves sometimes to always be consuming the best of everything. And sometimes it's okay to just read a book.
Yeah.
And it was a book and you read it and you had a good, you didn't hate it. And then you move on to the next.
It existed.
Yeah. It existed. It was good.
Because I watched the new film that Millie Bobby Brown's in, Damsel, that was on Netflix.
Yeah.
That got terrible reviews, but I actually really liked it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it wasn't amazing, but it was a fun time, you know.
Sometimes you just need the brain switchy offy stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
My current brain switchy offy stuff, and I am almost 32, and I don't mind admitting this to the internet, is Bluey.
That's so cute.
It is my favorite brain switchy offy stuff. I'm obsessed with it.
What's it like to being able to switch off your brain?
I wish I knew. Like, it doesn't switch it off completely. It just kind of overtakes it. Like, I concentrate on bingo, and then I'm like, we're fine. We're gonna get through this, homie.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I had a good time. It was good.
I don't understand the context of this, but someone who has seen Enola Holmes maybe may.
No,
I'm looking directly.
I have no idea what that means.
It was months ago.
So we're gonna need to know what you mean by his neck.
Yeah.
I actually love both Enola Holmes films. I rarely watch movies, but that series is a comfort watch for me.
That makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again,
watching and stroking my newly adopted cat.
Oh,
sorry.
I said it. Oh, and again, something doesn't have to be the best for it to be your favorite thing ever.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Yeah.
No. Emma has a new cat.
Oh.
Also, we need to know what the cat's name is, and how old it is, and what color it is, because nobody knows like cat breeds. You just know he's orange.
That's because most of the cat breeds that you would know are super posh, rich, fancy people cats.
Or they're just generic British short hairs.
Yeah,
exactly. Most people have a generic domestic short hair cat.
Yep.
Like, I think the other one that's big here is like is it the Manx? The one that's got no tail? Like that one I would know.
Oh, yes. And the Sphinx as well is starting to get a little bit popular again.
Yeah.
The Naked cat.
I think if I got a cat, that would probably be the only one that I could get.
Yeah, because of the lack of dander.
Because of the lack of dander, although I think I'll just stick with the dog.
Yeah, I'm definitely a dog person. I mean, I don't mind cats, but I'm a dog person.
I love them both. I'm definitely a dog person over a cat person, and not just because of my allergies. I would have both if I had the option. But if you ask me my preference, this is funny. If you ask me my preference, I go with dogs
Yeah.
because you can do a bunch of stuff with them and they're trainable. But I, as a person, am a cat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You also like to be asleep for 18 hours of the day?
That, and I also am like super touchy about boundaries and like who gets my time.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Cats are a lesson in consent in real time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if people say that they don't like cats, be
And
wary.
sometimes I just want to be alone.
Yeah. If I was to get a pet, it would definitely be a cat because I need a pet that has some level of independence if I need to go away.
Yeah.
I need to have something that can semi take care of itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are dog breeds that are like that to some extent.
Mm.
If you're worried about like having a pet that's too clingy, because I know some dogs, and it's usually the owner's fault, can be a bit clingy.
Yeah.
Like there
There
are
is some dogs that you wake up and his face is like right here when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah, there are breeds that they're bred to be that way, and that's why they are that way. And so you have to mitigate, like poodles, you have to worry about separation anxiety with because they're very sensitive, and so you have to mitigate that with training. So I am trying to find. I'm hoping this next dog that I get will be like will have all of the schnauzer's independence, but also like maybe I can find a puppy that wants a little bit more cuddling than my last dog did.
Fair.
So.
A nice happy medium.
Yeah, nice happy. Like if I say, "Hey, come over, let's cuddle," she'll like cuddle, and not only do it when it's cold in the middle of winter, but also will not
treat
need
you
to
as
be glued
a
to my-
sentient radiator, basically.
Yeah, will not need to be glued to my side at all times.
Yeah, a happy medium.
Yeah.
I think we've just let Chloe know that there was a second Enola Holmes movie, so I think we know what Chloe's going to be doing when the stream is over. A film doesn't have to be a cinematic masterpiece to be a favorite.
Yes.
Amen.
Correct. Amen.
Would it be good?
Every single one of us is here on this. I'm afraid to watch Bluey because I don't want to cry, and I've heard it hits adults harder. Oh my God, yes.
Oh.
I have not watched it in the presence of a small child, but I have sobbed at some of those episodes. I think it's called Sleepy Time. It's the best episode of a children's TV show I've ever seen, but it dehydrated me for about 2 days. Oh, Chloe was referencing his neck in Fleabag. Okay, that does make sense.
I haven't watched Fleabag, so I didn't get.
Oh, go watch Fleabag. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's so good. And it also does the breaking the fourth wall really, really well.
Yeah.
What is the cat's name? We have we have an update. He's 13 years old. His name is Alan, and he's ginger.
Oh.
My follow-up question is, has he ever had a turn with the brain cell? Because all ginger cats around the world share one brain cell, and it's hot luck if your cat wakes up with it any given day.
From what I understand, it's primarily the ginger males that share a brain cell, and it's just females are too rare as gingers to have quantifiable research on.
I think the chances of a female ginger cat are like point something of a percent. It's super low anyway. To the fact that like I was reading a book once where the ginger cat was female, and I was like, do you know anything about cats? Because a ginger cat is rarely a female.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's one of those things where like that should be a point of pride for the owner and mentioned in the book.
Yeah.
So,
This
like,
is my cat. She's ginger. She's a girl. I'd lead with that. That would be how I would introduce the cat if it was a female ginger.
That would also be hilarious. Yes, she's a girl. Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, we've checked. It seems like everyone has Maine Coons nowadays. It does seem like that, but Maine Coons are far too big for this department.
They're really big. Most of the ones that I know off the top of my head are like either the two breeds that Taylor Swift has, or like the Persian cat. So she has Scottish Fold cats.
She has 2 ragdolls, right?
She has 2 Scottish Fold, 1 ragdoll. And then like I know the Persian. Yeah, he's a ragdoll, and they're known for just being able to like haul them around,
Yeah.
and they think it's the
Like
best
if
thing
we
ever.
did the dangle test with a rag doll, they would just be so fine with it. He came with his name and we didn't have the heart to change it at his age, so we spelled it the Welsh way. That's a really nice idea.
Nice.
I think that gives it a little kind of your own touch to it. I really like that idea. Mine is now 15 and she's a generic black and white floof who has become super clingy this week, which is amazing for my allergies because she's in winter shed season.
Oh,
I
God.
don't love this for you, Kirsty.
It sounds like maybe we take a trip to the groomer and let the groomer get some of that shed off.
Yeah, I feel like make that someone else's problem. Emma also likes dogs and is waiting for an assistance dog.
Yeah.
I hope that they come soon. I hope that they come through soon. We have pug shapoos, which is a mix of a pedigree pug and a shih tzu or a poodle. They are adorable and they're only 11 days old. They're babies. They are freshly baked babies. The puppies, that she means. I have no real interest in watching the second Enola Holmes. Do you think that it would be worth watching the second Enola Holmes, or have you actually watched it, Margaret?
I have. I enjoyed it. I think if you liked the first one, you'll enjoy that one, especially if you wanted to see more of like the relationship between Enola and Tewksbury. But I'm currently now looking up why ginger cats are rarely female.
Oh, if you do find out, please let us know, Mrs. Geneticist. I'm actually genuinely interested in this answer.
The ginger gene is on the X chromosome, and because males only have one X chromosome, they're more likely for that recessive gene to come out versus males only need one copy of the gene for it to work, and females need two. It's not giving me stats though.
Okay. I think that the stats are very, very highly skewed against males, though. That much I can tell you. The difference might be slightly in double figures, like 11, but it's definitely negligible. Alicia DNF'd her book, so is deciding on a new one, either Battle of the Labyrinth to finish my monthly TBR or Icebreaker.
That one.
I
vote Battle of the Labyrinth.
Icebreaker. So I'm also going to go for Battle of the Labyrinth because I hated Icebreaker.
I hated Icebreaker too.
Thank you.
I didn't like
it.
A woman of taste.
I cannot speak on it yet.
What did you say, Margaret?
I said I cannot speak on it yet, but I can tell you Battle of the Labyrinth is a guaranteed good time.
So I would take that as you have got 3 votes for Battle of the Labyrinth right here.
Yeah.
Yep. 3-1. The odds are 3-1 that you'll have a male versus a female cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. When Ren was here, we binged it. The irony of an Australian coming all the way to England to watch Australian TV. I'm assuming that means Bluey. I cannot believe that they have not seen this before, though. They hadn't seen it before, and we spent the whole week crying. Correct response. I cannot believe that you brought Ren all the way to the UK just to give them emotional damage.
Just to watch Bluey.
Yes. What did you guys do while your partner was here? Oh, we cried. It sounds like a fun time. Pogshipoos is an incredible word. It was very fun to say it. If you're ever feeling sad, just say Pugshipoo and then you can't be sad anymore. There are ginger girls, but they aren't wholly ginger like the boys. Yes, they might have like little white spots in or around them, but I think like fully ginger is mainly male.
Yeah.
I got him from Battersea. There were so many cats and a few gingers and a rag doll. You don't expect to see a rag doll in a cat home.
No, I mean, you wouldn't expect to see a purebred dog there either, but it happens.
But it happens.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law came up with the word Pogshipoos and honestly love it. I also love it. I think it's one of the best words I've ever heard. I think it deleted my comment because I used a forbidden word, but here goes. I'm not going to shout it. Bluey is the best, and nobody will shame me for being a 33-year-old that would die for Bingo and Muffin. Absolutely, I would kill and die for Bingo. I would sell my entire kingdom to that small cartoon dog. One of my favorite things from Bluey is when Bingo is underneath the hairdryer and she's just going like not demonic laughing that I just did, but one of my favorite things from the whole thing.
Oh.
All of my cats have had human names, so I'm officially a Cats with Human Names fancom member. Nice. Do you have any examples of the cat names? I am controversial because I think the second Enola Holmes was better than the first. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You're the resident Enola Holmes expert here because I've not seen it and neither has Claire. So you have to answer for us. What's your opinion?
I mean, I liked them both. So
That's
I had
fair.
a good time with it, and I love I agree that like you get like Enola and Sherlock and Tewksbury, their interactions are just fun. So yeah. And also Two has like this really weird, awkward, like insecure little bit of moment in their like Enola and Tewks, like how Enola, it's just adorable how she's like, well, I like him, but like, is that weird? And I feel really like, and she's so oblivious. I love that. I love that shit.
Fair. I've honestly fallen in love with all of them. They have such quirky little personalities already. I feel like that, like 11 weeks old is when you just start to see personalities come out. The only thing is we now have 6 cats, 2 dogs, and 4 puppies. So 12 animals in total, and it is starting to get a bit crowded. That
Force your
does
friends
sound
to take them.
Sorry?
I said, force your friends to take them.
Yeah. Then they're still in your social circle, and you still get to see them all the time.
Yeah.
Everybody wins. If Enola 2 has David Thewlis in it, I'll watch it. That's fair. There are films that I have watched just specifically for one actor.
Have you seen Artful Dodger yet, Chloe? It's only got 1 season, which is an actual crime. But he is in it, and he's absolutely fantastic as Fagin. I hate the character, but he does such a good job.
As in, only 1 season, that's it, bye-bye? Or only 1 season has been renewed?
Only 1 season, that's it, bye-bye.
Oh, don't love that.
That's from everything that I can see, like it has not been greenlit for a 2nd season, and everything I can see is that it was created with only 1 season in mind.
Okay.
So, which is sad because it left on a little bit, like it not a cliffhanger, but a little bit of a cliffhanger, if that makes sense.
Okay. Like a mini cliffhanger.
Yeah, it was like all major plot points had been resolved, but also but I want to see what happens next.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Sorry I missed it about Icebreaker. I didn't like Icebreaker, but I loved Wildfire. I have not tried Wildfire.
It's kind of put me off because I didn't like Icebreaker, so
same. There was nothing about Icebreaker that made me think, oh, I need more of this world.
Yeah.
I need to keep going. And I probably wouldn't go back to Hannah Grace's other writing if she does other writing. I most likely wouldn't go back to it.
Yeah.
We cried, we played in the snow, we cried some more, we went for lots of dinner, and then we cried for dessert. It was a great time. Also, I'm going to imagine that Ren, being an Australian, had never seen snow in their life before. And that must have been an absolutely phenomenal experience.
I do believe they get snow down there.
Yeah, but I don't know what part of Australia Ren is in. They might be closer to the beach.
True.
They don't get snow. Well, I know Taylor sang about it, but I don't know if they get snow on beaches.
Now we got to find out, does it snow in Australia?
Thank you for your
We
service,
probably have Australians who could answer that way quicker than I could Google it.
Christy, can you please ask Ren if it snows in Australia? We need to know.
It snows in several Australian states: New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia, and Victoria. So, because they're down, I mean, it's a big old continent, and they are not as close to the equator as you would think.
No, they're not. They're actually quite further down.
Yes.
Also, New Zealand and Australia are also not as close together as I thought that they were. Like, I genuinely thought the flight time from Melbourne to Auckland was like 2 hours maximum. 6.5. 6.5 hours from Melbourne to Auckland. I thought that they were like right beside each other. They're actually more like this. Spatial awareness.
Crazy.
I was going for a wee, but then it turned into a poo is one of the lines she says that makes me cackle, and her little poo songs are so cute. I do agree with the songs. The songs are absolutely adorable. First cat was Paula. She was 14 when she died. Then Benjamin, who was 3 when he died. And now I have Lucy. Those are some very good cat names. What is the record for DNFs? I just DNF'd 5 from the women's long list. I was disappointed, hence the Jill Jarvis, as I knew it would be a winner. How many's on the women's prize long list? I think it's like 8 or so.
I have no idea.
I have no idea how many there is, but that's a fairly high DNF ratio. I am that way with Henry Cavill. Yeah, I think everyone has that one actor that they're like, yeah, if they're in it, I don't care how trashy it is, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Artful Dodger is incredible. Ironically, Thomas Brody Sangster is an actor I will watch anything of him in.
Yeah.
He's also pretty good.
Such a good show, and I'm so mad we didn't get more.
Is that your if I had a golden button and I could bring back one show?
Oh heavens no.
Oh.
Now I put the cat and the pigeons. Everyone in the comments can also answer. You have a golden button and you can bring back one show. That's it. What's your show?
I can't think of what show. Like, I know that there are other shows that I would rather have back, but I can't think of what shows they'd be. So
I think mine is Hellcats, which was about college cheerleading.
Yeah.
And it starred Ali and AJ, and it was left on the biggest cliffhanger.
Probably right now, it would depend on whether or not we were allowed to rewrite certain seasons.
You can do whatever you want.
If we were allowed to rewrite the last season, it would probably be Veronica Mars of the 100.
Okay, fair.
But also, Julie and the Phantoms deserved so many more seasons than it got.
Fair.
And I think it probably would have if it had not come out during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So
the pandemic really killed a whole lot of shows that should have.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Claire, do you have one?
Oh, well, I know it's actually just gotten commissioned for another 2 seasons, and it was The Night Manager that Tom Hiddleston is in. It's like a spy kind of thriller series, and it was only 6 episodes, but it's one of the best things I've ever watched. And he has actually come on and said that we're getting another 2 seasons of it.
Oh, nice.
So that makes me very happy.
Nice. Hello, Laura. Thank you for joining. It was created. I lost it. It was created to only be 1 season, and then it wraps everything up beautifully in a way that works as an ending or opening for a future. I like shows like that, where it could continue. Yeah. You can just make whatever you want from it.
It should continue. Anyways.
Yeah. You're still going to be salty about this for the rest of your life.
Not as salty as I am about what they did with the
I will watch
but yeah.
Fair. I will watch anything with Richard Armitage in it, which means I sat through Fool Me once.
I love him.
Period, and it was disappointing. I've not seen that.
Fool Me Once. That was real. I mean, he isn't in it as much, but the rest of it I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to start Renegade now next week, as that looks pretty fun. I think I've seen a trailer for that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be on Disney Plus, I think.
Disney Plus, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Taylor says it's snow on the beach, therefore it must do.
I mean, there are plenty of places that have beaches where it snows, especially up in the here, at least up in the Northeast. So
yeah, I mean, definitely in the UK, like it snows and rains pretty much all the time. So
it snows in Berlin as well. One day, we had -11 and there was no snow. The next week, it was 2 degrees and we got snow. And I can't make sense of that in my head, and I can't do the mathematics for what that is, Margaret. I'm sorry.
-11 was so cold apparently that the weather just decided it couldn't that day.
That's fair. I mean, I have also on days where it's super cold just said, nah, I'm not doing that. And then went back to bed. Maybe that's just what the snow did as well.
Yeah.
Renegade Nell looks good, but I have no clue what it's about. That's fair. There's so many shows that I'm like, that looks great. I don't know what it's about, but I'll watch it. Ren never got snow. Their area last got snow in the 70s. They had never seen snow. We went to a snow center with my Aussie nephews and they were in love.
Oh,
that's so cute. That's adorable.
It sounds like they live in the Florida of Australia then. Because at least in my area, our last proper snow, well, actually, no, it was in the late 80s. So I guess it hasn't been quite as long. But we did have it, I think, 2 years after I was born, which is 89.
When we were in Edinburgh, we had a snow flurry and they were absolutely transfixed. I have the most adorable photo of them.
So cool.
Snow is a good place for photos anyway. So, my colleague once met Thomas Brodie Sangster.
Very nice.
Nice.
Pretty good claim to fame. Oh heavens no. Cackle. I was so mad when they cancelled Hellcats. I'm so glad somebody else has heard of Hellcats because nobody else.
I've never heard of it.
Nobody else ever seems to know what I'm talking about when I talk about it. I would say Shadowhunters. I would bring it back and let them finish out the actual storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. I have started refusing to watch shows now until they're finished, or I know they will give them an ending. That's
fair.
Good idea, but not time saving because then you can wait
so frustrated with the way that they're doing TV shows now, and it's it's just bad for the actors, it's bad for the crew, it's bad for the writers when you're having like these shorter seasons.
Yeah.
Less frequently than when you're having a yearly TV show.
Yeah.
Like it's just like so, and like it's going to end up biting them in the butt, and it's why you don't have part of why you don't have long running TV shows anymore.
Yeah.
And why actors don't that's one of the few consistent employments for an actor to get a 22 episode a year TV show.
Exactly.
And now they're doing the same amount of work for 10. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
All rants welcome. We have a vote for Shadow and Bone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good answer. I would have liked more Santa Clarita Diet. I think that's also a good answer. I can explain why that happened. It tends to snow more in warmer weather than in freezing temperatures. It would take me an essay to explain it, though. Okay, but that's like a good TLDR of it, though.
I would assume it has something to do with air currents because you do have to have warm air to make air currents work, from my understanding. I could be wrong, but I assume that it has something to do with the fact that the more cold air you have, the less likely it is that the weather is going to be fighting with itself.
It makes sense. Kirsty has sent me the photo on Instagram. Thank you. If you asked me the other day what TV show, I know I would have had an answer, but my mind is completely blank. I wanted more iZombie. There. I have a feeling they're going to end up cancelling season 2 of Wednesday because of the issues you've just raised. Jenna Ortega is wanting more roles, and the ages of the actors may not keep working.
And honestly, because Jenna is young, they may have had that issue anyways because younger actors are a lot less likely to do, unless they start out as a kid on a show, they're a lot less likely to want to do a show for multiple seasons because you start getting, as you get to your late teens and into adulthood, you start getting more roles for movies and things like that. And so it's a whole other thing with kids. But I also think the Percy Jackson show is going to have some issues if they keep doing it every 2 years they're filming, because Walker is going to be 21 and playing a 16-year-old, and he already looks like he is 15, which is his age, and he's supposed to be a 13-year-old next season.
Oh boy, that's going to be a tough one. So, it's also really admirable that with such a big children's cast, Modern Family went on for 11 seasons.
Yeah.
When you have such a change in ages, Lily basically was born and then started going to high school or something.
Well, that's part of why when you have shows like, for example, Glee, why they cast people who are in their late teens / early 20s, because you change a lot less. It's a lot easier to, especially if like a season is isn't taking over like a whole big amount of time. You see less of the change. You know what I mean? Because like when you go through puberty, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens.
Yeah, you come out of that looking almost like a different person.
And like sometimes you have kids that you can't really tell they went through puberty. They look a little bit older, but they can still pass for the age that they're supposed to be. And then you have kids that are like Walker, who got hit by a Mack truck, the Mack truck that is puberty, and looks like he is in his mid-teens, which I don't hate. I love him as Percy, and I will forgive him looking older than he should be, and I will suspend my disbelief for sure. Like, yes, that is
I will make it work.
That is a 13-year-old right there, but
yeah,
he's a 13-year-old with a full-blown driver's license. Yeah. I will make it work, damn it.
So that, and also because if you have late teens and early 20s, you can also do more work with them for longer.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's
restrictions
on like working hours and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, one of the actors has been fired for sexual misconduct on Wednesday, so will need to be replaced as they were building him as a romantic interest. That's going to make it more difficult.
Does he need replaced? I'm pretty sure her little girlfriend could also make a good romantic interest.
I'm now racking my brains because there's a show I loved that ended really sharply on a cliffhanger, and now I can't remember it. Well, we will go into a sprint very soon, so it might come back to you by then.
Yeah.
iZombie was a good show with 5 seasons, but I need to finish it first.
The actor that played Ravi, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I love that man. Like he was the best character on the entire show. And there was a show with a lot of good characters, but I just loved him.
Oh. Kirsty just remembered a show she was mad at getting cancelled of, if any of you remember it, Pushing Daisies. Yeah. I think that was about a dead woman or an undertaker's or something along that line. That's the vibe it's giving me. I might be thinking of something else though. I also loved the show Revolution, which got cancelled. Billy Burke is a favorite actor of mine, and I was super peeved that the show got cancelled and he was the main lead. That's fair. I have a 14-year-old tuxedo cat named Hopper, an 11-year-old beagle named Remy, and a newly adopted 8-year-old mixed breed pup Mabel. My cat wakes me up way too early and then wakes up the beagle, who yells to get up. It's like a chain reaction of animal wake ups in your house. I loved iZombie at the start, but by the final season, I just didn't enjoy it anymore. That's fair. I feel like some get really stale.
They do. I think they go. Sometimes you do have things go downhill, especially if like you have a writer leave the team that did a really good job. Like, what was it? There's an entire season of Bones where I was like, I don't know what was going on with the writers, but for a show that's supposed to be the main title character is a woman, we are focusing a lot of these episodes on Sealy Booth.
Yeah,
and having.
Why not? Shall we go into our next sprint?
Yes.
Shall we first of all see how long we're going to be sprinting for? I am not going to say a single thing. I'm just going to let the wheel do what the wheel do.
Yeah.
I like the colors.
Me too.
Yeah.
So that is a shortish 15-minute sprint. Let me fix up the timer because we don't need 19 minutes anymore. We have got a relatively short 15-minute sprint. And that'll take us up to about the hour-ish or quarter to. So we'll come back and we'll have another chat. And if you have thought about another show that got canceled and that you're mad about it, you have 15 minutes to make your decision. Happy getting done what you need to get done.
Yeah.
welcome back.
Welcome back.
Everyone in the comments, what did we do? I got up to page 150 of the book with my eyes. I didn't do any reading with my ears that time. Because they didn't want to get super into it and then have to stop. Claire, how did you do?
I got to 39%, so another 10%, and still enjoying it.
Still the good vibes?
Yeah.
Excellent. Margaret?
I should have listened to a book while I was working, but I went and I finished real quick because you reminded me that I have a video that's supposed to go up today. And still had like a minute left to be edited. Still had like a minute left to be edited, so I went and I finished that minute real quick, and now it's exporting. So now we're adding this into my bookly, so I can start it.
Okay. There. Everyone in the comments, how did we all do? I think we also have some more suggestions for shows I would bring back if I had a golden button. Angel. I didn't mind Buffy's ending, but Angel, we needed the closure.
Honestly,
Margaret's like,
that's not a bad option. I also wouldn't have minded for that not to have been the end of Buffy.
I've never seen Buffy, so I can't.
I've never seen it either.
One of my favorite characters, like he comes back in Angel, but one of my favorite characters bites it in at the end of Buffy. And I would have liked to be able to have explored what that final scene between them meant, which we didn't get to do because Sarah Michelle Gellar was done, I guess.
Yeah.
But how long did Buffy go on for? Like that was 7 or 8 seasons.
Long time.
It was a decent ending for the series. Like it was a good. There are things I would have liked to see more.
That's fair.
So
that's fair. Hannibal. I definitely would have liked to have more seasons of that. I'm assuming that is somewhat based on Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Cool. I think that would make an interesting TV show. I've never seen it though.
If I remember correctly, it's like a detective who has to work with Hannibal.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I thought you were going to tell me it goes down the Dexter timeline where he's like investigating serial killers but is a serial killer.
I mean, he's a serial killer, so we forgive him.
That is true. That is true. That doesn't necessarily cancel it out, though. There is still one serial killer still in the world.
Yeah, well, he can stop when all the other serial killers are dead, though.
That's true. The Get Down. I don't think it's that one, but I do miss that show. Well, you know what? If it does come to you at some stage over the stream, do let us know.
Mm.
As it was so short, I used the time to film some TikToks. Good idea. I've decided to do a series reviewing every book or series on my shelves in under 60 seconds. It's fun, but also hard to be super concise. I get that.
I'm doing the same thing, Kay, and it is so... the number of times I'm like, okay, I'm just going to start over and have to restart my timer.
Yeah.
I screwed up what I was trying to say. Yeah.
It's when you know you have to finish it within 60 seconds. You're just like, oh my God, I need to get all of this information out now.
Yeah.
And figuring what's important. So
yeah. And your brain will try and race you to the finish line. And sometimes you will stumble over yourself while you're getting there. Finished one conveniently short chapter of Middlemarch. Nice. Are you enjoying Middlemarch so far, Amberly? How are you finding it? Chloe still cannot find the show. That's fair. It might just come to you in like a stroke of genius at some stage. You never know.
Or at 2 a.m.
Yeah. It's so good. It's about Will Graham and Hannibal in a sort of cat and mouse situation.
Oh, okay.
Interesting concept. Hello, Kay. I'm hopping around a bit and hugging the like button. Thank you so much for doing so. Thank you for coming in. I'd rather just have one serial killer to deal with than multiple.
Yeah. We only need just one.
Yeah. But also I don't need to deal with any of them. If that's an option, I'd also like to take that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Silence of the Lambs scarred me as a kid. I just like
As
my
a
dad
kid,
had it
what
on.
age did you watch that movie at?
No. No, I meant my dad had it on one time, right? And I was in the living room and I just it was only 10 minutes. And it's when she goes into the prison and meets him for the first time. And it was just like, no, I can't. I'm never ever watching this movie. It was so terrifying.
It's the fact that he never blinks. It's so unsettling.
Oh, God.
Because
You just
Anthony
get some
Hopkins.
creeps.
And also, I read the IMDb Beach review when I finished the film for the first time. And the reason when he is in like the courthouse or courtroom and he's in like this open viewing cell, the reason that he's wearing all white is because Anthony Hopkins is afraid of dentists. And he thought, if I'm going to be scary, I'm going to really like unlock my personal trauma.
Oh, okay.
And he did it.
And see, that's a good use of the method acting.
Yeah.
Or like seriously getting into your role. That's a good use of it.
That's a good way to do it. Not the way that certain unnamed people are known to do.
Yeah. It's always, every time you hear someone is method acting, it's always some asshole.
Exactly the point.
Who just wants to be creepy with his cast members.
Yeah. Opposite end of the spectrum, there's so many shows that should have ended and are somehow still going. Grey's Anatomy, Suits, and The Good Doctor. I swear to God, Grey's Anatomy is on like season 25 by this stage or something.
Didn't The Good Doctor just get canceled though?
Oh, did it?
I think it did. Yeah.
It's about friggin' time.
Yeah. It went from 2017 to 2024.
I'm sorry. That show, the main character irritated me in ways I can't actually say on the internet.
And Suits, I think, is like, they ended, but they're coming back.
They're coming back?
I do believe so.
Interesting concept. How are they going to do it? I have seen a lot of Patrick J. Adams and Gabriel Macht have been doing a lot of promo for stuff recently. Mm-hmm. So now that you're saying Suits might be coming back, that does add up. It does make a lot of sense. At first, at least, it evolves into so much more. It is also visually stunning. I highly recommend it if you can handle gore. I'm not usually...
It sounds like it's a spin-off of Suits. Sorry.
Didn't they already do a spin-off of Suits with
no idea.
Gina Torres? And then I think I got cancelled after like one season. Popping in quickly to say hi and to tap the like button. Thank you so much. I have a little list of buzzwords, like the rep that it has and my favorite things about it. Trying not to make it all about tropes and to give an actual opinion. Great idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great idea. I am enjoying Middlemarch. I didn't expect you because I'm not a huge fan of long Victorian novels, but this one is really working for me. Excellent.
Nice.
Would you say that Middlemarch is a good place to start for someone who hasn't read a lot of classics, asking for a friend? A friend who's very much shaped like I am?
Don't start with A Mill on the Floss. That's for fucking sure.
What the fuck book is that?
It's another book by George Eliot that I absolutely hate with a passion.
I see. I will completely avoid that because I've already actually forgotten what the name was. It just had something to do with floss.
Perfect. I mean, there are some good places to start. It depends on what you're interested in when it comes to classics. Because I would say the best way to
topics that I have enjoyed.
Yeah.
That would be A Christmas Carol.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Little Women.
Okay. I would look at some more of Dickens. If you enjoyed A Christmas Carol, I would look at some more of Dickens's short works.
Okay.
And see what of those you like. So, and here's the thing with Dickens is he's so broad ranging. I'm sorry, you're getting me into my Victorian lit class. He's so broad ranging that like there will be books that you read and you'll be like, this is the best thing I've ever read. And there will be books that you read and you'll be like, dude, why did you think this was a good idea? This is trash.
Fair.
Like, please never make me read Hard Times again, but I will read Great Expectations again.
I could do Great Expectations.
Yeah, Great Expectations is very good. And then you said Little Women. She's got some short works you could try. I would see, because there's sequels to Little Women if you haven't read those yet.
There is Good Wives.
There's Little Men. There's
Oh.
Joe's Boys.
Little Men. That just made me laugh. Sorry.
Wait, I didn't know that I could just read the Mr. Men books and then that was it. That's so fun.
It's very funny because, like, with Little Women, they were all girls, and then Joe and all of them, they all grow up, and I think everyone has boys. So there's that. There's also her other series, which is actually my favorite, which is 8 Cousins and Rose in Bloom.
Okay.
So that's my favorite of her works. And
Also,
then you got to try Jane Austen, Aoife, if you haven't tried Jane Austen.
I have Pride and Prejudice on my TBR. I have Northanger Abbey on my Kindle, and I have one of the others, Persuasion.
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 Pride and Prejudice
But
and Persuasion are in my top 3.
I could get access to Sense and Sensibility and Emma.
Yeah.
As for the Park, I don't particularly care.
My top 3 go back and forth between, or my top 2 go back and forth between Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility, but usually Pride and Prejudice, and then Persuasion is number 3 for me.
But also I know that Emma was the basis for Clueless, and Clueless is one of my favorite 90s movies. So if I read it, I'm just going to be thinking of Alicia Silverstone. The whole time.
Emma is, I think, one of her longest ones. So I don't know that that's where
I will not start with that.
Start there unless you, like maybe read a chapter, and if you really connect with it, go for it.
Fair.
Shakespeare is always a good place to start with classics, especially because you can read the play and then find the and if you're going to start with Shakespeare, start with his comedies. This is the best one.
I've read Hamlet, and when I say read, I mean I studied it in school.
Yeah, so did I.
I liked Hamlet though. I had a really good time with it.
It's a crazy ass play. I had multiple projects to it, and I'm already not a fan of tragedy, so I'm just like
Hamlet, the patron saint of procrastinators.
But if you liked Hamlet, you might also like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead by Tom Stoppard.
I know those names.
It is. Yeah, they're 2 of the background characters for Hamlet, and it's absolutely hilarious.
Nice. I'll have a look for it. Also, you know how childish I am, because when you said if you liked Hamlet, I really thought you were going to say you might enjoy The Lion King.
I think you probably have already watched that, though.
Multiple times.
Yeah, multiple times.
Multiple times. Could probably recite the film by now.
Yeah.
What else do I have that's good? Like a lot of Dickens.
That's the baseline. I don't want it to be a bad classic, because then I'll stop reading them.
Well, and it's so hard because what you like in class, because classics are so different from how things are written today, depending on how far back you go. Like, if Jane Austen had written the way, if someone was writing the way Jane Austen wrote today, and it wasn't an obvious parallel to one of her books, people would be like, this is, like, there are too many run-on sentences, there's this, that, and, like, people would be taking it apart because it's so different grammatically, not different grammatically, but the way that people wrote was different then.
Yeah.
Fair.
So, like,
it is a totally different system of, like, language, though. Like,
it's
all English and modern English are almost completely indistinguishable.
My biggest advice, if you want to get into classics, is look at what genres you already like.
Yeah.
And then find classics that meet those genres.
Do we have classics where people fuck?
I mean, as a morality lesson, yes.
Yeah, but a lot of those were burned in hell. So
if you want to be absolutely miserable and cry, go ahead and read some Thomas Hardy. I'm never touching.
Oh, you were going to say the Canterbury Tales. And I was like, Margaret, I love you so much. I am not reading the Canterbury Tales for anybody. Chaucer's not in this house.
Thomas Hardy. Like, I've read Les Miserables and The Count of Monte Cristo. And I like that better than Thomas Hardy because his stuff is just always so depressing, and like a lot of it, I think a lot of the intention was to highlight how women were treated.
Okay.
And like a lot of it, especially like Tess of d'Urbervilles and Jude the Obscure were the two that I read, and they were kind of really going at how we treat unwed mothers and how unfair that is. But they almost always end in the main character dying.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't do.
That's rather bleak.
Just all of his books end like that, and I don't want that.
That's rather bleak. Does he have any? Do you have any books where people don't die?
Jane Austen.
Nice. There we go. Question answered.
Yeah. One that. Where is it? Okay, one that most people will probably think I'm crazy for, but Wilkie Collins, I liked. I want to read more of him. I've read The Moonstone by him. Most people know him for The Woman in White.
Oh, I do know that book.
Yeah, I haven't read The Woman in White, but I do want to read it because I really enjoyed The Moonstone. He's won him, and then there's a book called The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand.
Mm-hmm.
It is all over the place. Like every single part of the book is written in a different way and follows different main characters.
No,
but I had so much fun doing that. But like The Moonstone is also similar to that, where like every time you change place, like you change parts of the book, we're following a different main character, and he crafts the narrative and how he delivers the story around that character. And I think he does it a little bit better than Sarah Grand did. But like I kept those two from my college days because I enjoyed them so much. So I would say start with genres that you already know.
Mm-hmm.
Start with authors you already know you like, and then go from there and see what their contemporaries were writing. Because like obviously contemporary to Charles Dickens is going to be writing some very different stuff than a contemporary to Jane Austen.
Very true.
And keep in mind that like the classics genre actually covers a whole bunch of genres.
Yeah.
And so there is a classic for everyone. There are classics that I think if you enjoy reading, you'll enjoy. It's just a matter of finding your niche and your author and your stuff. Do you know Kara from Wild Book Garden?
I'm familiar with the name.
Okay, I was going to say, if you knew Kara, she might be a good person to ask about like what other classics to read. Because she has an entire little series that she does with some friends called Past It Classics, where they read some of those books.
I'll take a look. Chloe is getting closer to figuring out what the name of the show was. It is one of those shows where I say regularly, I will never forgive X for canceling Y on this cliffhanger, but I can't remember. I am temporarily giving up. It may have been Nearly Famous, which I'm assuming is not Almost Famous, the movie. I watched Silence of the Lambs when I was 11.
I wasn't 11. Like I wasn't that young. God.
11.
Oh.
My mom came in the room 10 minutes from the end and thought turning it off would stop the nightmare. Spoiler, nope. That
feels like a big nope.
No.
That's like trauma, but for free.
I mean, they were watching the movie.
Yeah. Miss Virtue had to stop DNF Middlemarch as I just could not get along with the Old English. I think that's my biggest stumbling block for trying out a classic. I'm just like the writing.
It's the writing style that puts
the
me
writing
off,
style, the diagram, not the diagrams, the dialogue. Everything is going to be in such a different form to how I speak on a daily basis or the books that I have read.
Having read George Eliot, I don't know that I would call that Old English. Like it's a little bit different syntax and stuff, but like it's still definitely modern English.
Here,
like it's a little more. I think it's the older writing styles tend to be a little bit more formal, depending on what you read.
Probably that it's the formality of it rather than the casualness that modern English is. Like modern.
Audiobooks help with that because if you can hear someone speaking it, that gives it a little bit more.
Good idea. Chloe, I like how I said I'm giving up and proceeded to not give up. It's the dedication and the determination that we enjoy in this house. Suits is coming back, kind of, not really.
It's an offshoot from what I understand, like it's a spin-off.
Fair. I totally understand. It takes time to acclimate to older languages for sure.
Yeah.
I read a lot at university, so I have a lot of practice. That's fair.
We read a lot of them growing up.
Also
So-
fair. I think when you're so used to it, it's almost like second nature by this stage.
Yeah,
The autism
that's why I didn't watch it.
fair. The autism rep in The Good Doctor was actually insulting. Some of his behaviors were fine, but so much of what they said about autism and the show concept itself was just so inaccurate. I really genuinely have to agree. I am not
Like,
autistic.
I hate
so
that when
I'm
it's not done
not-
properly. Like, I hate that.
No.
And when they're talking about like just like autism, anything like that, when it's not done properly in a TV show, it really,
It
really,
was
really
so
annoys me.
badly done. I am not autistic, so I have no leg to stand on for saying any of this, but I genuinely thought it was so badly represented. It was offensive to people with autism. Like
Yeah.
it genuinely made it seem like this guy could barely tie his own shoes without having a meltdown. And I did not enjoy that. I avoid classics written by men generally. Yeah, that seems like a fair.
That's fair.
That seems like a fair way to go. I'm still new to classics, so I'm going to read Silas Marner to get used to her writing. Good idea. Good entry level. Maybe that's an okay place to start. It's a slice of life, and it's a bit of a repressed soap opera. That sounds interesting. I think the best place to start is probably with whatever appeals to you the most. We only have so much time to read after all, so go with what sounds most interesting. I think that's a paraphrase of Margaret's advice. Go with something that you already enjoyed. Don't try Mansfield Park. That sounds fair. I'm just like, yeah, fair enough. And Margaret's like, no, you leave Mansfield Park alone.
Mansfield Park is, I feel like a lot of people dislike it because of how accurate to what some girls would have been going through Fanny is.
Okay.
So she's very quiet as a main character. Not the most interesting plot, but like I still love her. She's so like unsure and introverted.
I'm going to be really honest. I had almost completely forgotten that Mansfield Park exists when I was reading out the names of the Jane Austen books in my head.
Yeah, most people don't talk about it because most of like a lot of people really don't like it.
That's fair, including Chloe.
Yeah.
I hate Emma as a character and would probably never read it. That's very fair. I do think she seems, from what I know about Cher Horowitz, seems very superficial. Not entirely sure it's the vibe I want to read. Middlemarch is my first George Eliot, and I know nothing about any of her other books, but I think I will read them eventually. That's fair. We got time to get through them. I liked Emma Approved, but generally Emma films annoy me. Did you like Clueless? The language can be a barrier.
Yeah.
I would say to read a bit every day until you get used to the language in whatever classic you read, because you will get used to it. That's a very good idea as well. That's also very good advice. But it can take time to get used to it at first, and that can be annoying or frustrating. I completely get it, especially if you're the kind of person who has to be good at something the second you start doing it.
Yeah.
Another thing, and this can end in entirely shooting yourself in the foot because sometimes adaptations suck. But another way to kind of help is if there is a classic that interests you, go watch the movie first, and if you end up liking the movie, then go back to read the book because that not only gets
because I've never read Little Women, but I would maybe watch the movie because I've never seen it. So maybe if I watch the movie first and then read the book, so I kind of have a rough idea of what I'm going into.
Give it a try.
Yeah,
it's not a bad idea. Fingers crossed that you do enjoy it. I agree with you. Stick with genres you already like, and there is a classic for everyone. That is good advice. 22 years later, I still have the occasional dream prompted by the movie. I also, for some weird reason, have not been able to handle horror or my entire teen or adult life. I mean, I wonder why that might be.
Yeah, that's maybe why I hate horror. That's maybe what it is.
I wonder why that might be. Person who was who went through traumatic experience at 11.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't 11 when my dad had it on, so I definitely wasn't that young.
Still relatively young, though. Okay. We are once again at the end of the comments. So let's see how we do with the wheel this time. Once again, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to let the wheel wheel. Okay, you know what? I kind of wanted a 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good stretch for the final sprint.
Yes.
So let's adjust the kitty again.
Yeah.
And we shall,
If it is
we shall see
5
each other.
minutes. Ooh, so close.
What?
I said if it had ended on 5
It
minutes,
wasn't
I would have given you
that
so much shit. I would
it
like,
was
heard
close to
you.
a 5. There were 2 of them nearby. Okay? We could have been in such a dangerous position. But we've got 45 minutes. So let's meet back here after that, and we will get done what we need to get done. See you then.
muted.
I forgot to unmute myself again. I swear to God, I'm so good at this. I promise. We did lose Claire halfway through that sprint. She had to head off,
Oh
but
dear.
she also gave us the update that she got to 50% of the book and is still loving it. Also, she has got sprints from 10 a.m. British summertime tomorrow morning. So if that is the time that you are usually awake, go and head over. So she's in the description below. So if you haven't gone to subscribe yet, please go and do so.
Nice, nice.
Margaret, what'd you do?
I got 20 pages read of the 7-year slip. I am 95% sure we just met the love interest, but she doesn't know it yet.
Well, she ain't know yet.
And I'm gonna have a good time.
I think you're gonna have a fantastic time. I think you're gonna have an absolutely phenomenal time with that book. I said to you, I read that when we were doing the Amazing Readathon last July, and it's just part of that little blur of 39 books that I read that month. So I kind of need to go back to a lot that I read that month.
Yeah.
Because I know I enjoyed it. I know I had a great time. I know I cried in the office. But I need to like remember the intricate details too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got to page 186.
Beautiful.
Of the Honey Dot list. And you know what? It's a time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's at the moment it's an inconcernable time. I haven't really decided if it's a good time or a bad time yet. It's an indifferent time.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's as good a time as the Christina Lauren book that I just finished.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. But that happens. You can't love all the books. Everyone in the comments, how did you do? We did have some people join for the last sprint, including Neva. Hi, Neva. Neva has a habit of joining when I'm in the middle of a last sprint. And also Julie has really good form for doing that too. She will just rock up and she'll be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm seeing your banner. Hope you had fun though." Once again, Claire has got sprints from 10 a.m. British Standard Time, British Summertime tomorrow morning. So if you're awake and if you're available, see what I said? See what I said? I just got home from work and I'm saying hi before you all sign off. I need to edit tonight. See, Julie will turn up when I am ready to go home. I just realized that the doll factory is based on real people, and my interest immediately dipped as I'm not the biggest fan of fictionalizing real people's lives. Going to try to page 100 before DNFing. That's fair.
I think it depends on what you're doing when you're trying to do it. Like, I've had most of the time I'm fine with like, oh yeah, this is talking about what's going on. You know, what happened to these people, because a lot of the time, like, that's how people learn about things. You know, but sometimes there'll be something that I'm just like, I don't like how you're handling this.
That's fair.
Especially when they are like, there was one that I read that like the women's lives, what she knew historically had happened was hard enough without her adding some of the stuff that she added. And I was just like, really?
Fair. It's a kind of a similar reason as to why I've stopped giving nonfiction a star rating or any rating at all. Mm-hmm. It's because if I have just read a story of your struggles with cancer and the treatments that you have gone through and the hardship that it placed upon your life and your family's life, whose place is that then to go and say, oh, okay, well, 3 stars?
I mean, I feel like I can critique how you got your story across without critiquing.
Yeah, I can critique the writing and I can say stuff about like how well it was written and how well you portrayed this, that, and the other. Mm-hmm. But I feel very shaky ground about giving somebody's personal experience a star rating. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? To say that this experience was better or worse than what you went through. Mm-hmm. In that kind of a situation. Chloe
I have
is.
no problem doing that. I'm just like, yeah, you didn't do good.
I will tell you exactly how I feel about you right now.
Yeah. Oh, it's not has nothing to do with you, the author, personally. It's just how well did you tell me the story that you wanted to tell me?
Fair. That's a fair point. Chloe is gonna go to bed soon because she's feeling quite sleepy. Got very little reading done during that sprint. I ate lunch instead. Did you enjoy your lunch?
Mhm.
This is the main point. Work tomorrow is going to be so busy, so I'm gonna have an early night. That's a good idea. I also struggled to read this evening as my head is trying yet again to enter migraine mode. I don't love that for you. Gonna curl up in bed now and try an audiobook to drift off. That is a very good idea. When we're finished here, I'm gonna put The Sims on and I'm gonna listen to the rest of my audiobook. I say the rest. I probably won't get 60-something% read by the time I go to sleep, but I'll read it. I'll listen to a good bit of it. Confirmation. If I show up, it means Aoife is about to sign off. That is your sign. Aoife is indeed about to sign off. So, Margaret, what you doing tomorrow?
What am I doing tomorrow? I have a 12-hour sprint thing we're doing tomorrow. If you want to get here or be on my channel at 9 a.m. Eastern time.
Just a little casual. 12 hours of getting shit did. It will start at. It starts at 2 p.m. British time. It starts at 3 p.m. Central European time. I was going to say Central Eastern time. That's not a thing.
I would have believed you.
I would have believed me too. So it starts at 2 p.m. in Britain. It starts at 3 p.m. in Germany. That is all I need to know about it. They will all 12 hours will be held on Margaret's channel. And I'm sure she'd love to see you there. Also, Margaret is linked down below. So if you're not subscribed to Margaret, go subscribe to Margaret. Sims and audiobook combination is the best combination. I've seen so many people who've done like Animal Crossing and audiobook, Stardew Valley and audiobook. Michaela from Eatery does it all the time.
Hellish version of that, which is Taxes and audiobook.
Oh, that's not fun.
No.
That sucks. Thank you so much for coming again to the Friday evening sprints. I think I am going to do next week Friday evening sprints, but they will also be a group therapy session to mark, celebrate, get us through the release of the Torture Poets Department.
Yep.
I think we might all just need a group therapy session at the end of the day.
The real question is, when will the CDs and vinyls that I ordered actually end up coming in? And will they come in within a reasonable amount of time for me to have gotten them, or will they not?
What's the usual?
I have no idea, because it's been so I ordered all of the vinyls and like I ordered the collected CDs, all of those I ordered from her site, and I have ordered many of them separately because she doesn't release them all together the first time, and I didn't want to like risk that they wouldn't be like I would miss it the next time.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I will find it very funny if the stuff that I ordered last, which was like 2 days ago, ends up being the stuff that comes first.
They're gonna get there when they get there.
They'll get there when they get there, and I think what's going to happen is I'm going to go to, because I usually go to Target to pick up, which bit me in the ass because I really wanted the collector's edition of her CD manuscript one. And I almost didn't get that because I didn't get it the first time, but I'm going to go to Target probably and pick up like the Target exclusive vinyl or potentially the Target exclusive CD if it's reasonably different from the CD I just ordered.
Good
I always try and get one from Target because that's the one that is, I can have day of. And I fully believe that Taylor Swift should be listened to on CD as often as possible.
As the Lord intended us to do.
The best way for me, in my opinion, to listen to Taylor Swift is to put her in, specifically, it has to be your CD player in your car.
Oh, yeah.
Preferably on a road trip. So.
If needs must. The way that I'll be listening to Taylor Swift is sitting on my couch, 1,000 yards staring and crying. And that's just what Gonna Friday be. So
anyways, I'll probably get up early Friday and run down to Target to get the vinyl.
That's a fair idea.
Play
I want to do a vlog where I get Sims to pick from their shelves and choose books with a similar vibe. That's
that
such
would be
an
fun.
interesting idea. I don't even know how you would do that. That's such an interesting idea. Yes, we will all need group therapy by this time Friday. I think the feelies will really be hit. Oh, Jean Minas did it a few years back and it was so funny. Okay, I'm gonna go and check out what Jean did because I'm genuinely intrigued by the concept of it. Of this whole like making my Sims make me read shit.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued. Thank you so much for coming. It has been really nice, and I will no doubt be in one sprint or another tomorrow. Margaret, you've got at least one person to view you.
Yay!
Success! I love that video Jean did. It was fun and really creative. I love really fun creative videos like that. The ones that like are a little bit outside of the box. Love that idea. Yes, when will I be able to hear the secret exclusive songs? That is a continuous question.
Julie, I will have all of them in some form or another.
As God is my witness, I will have it.
Because I'm a fucking sucker.
I'm a marketer's wet dream.
My completionist self kicked in because I missed the I missed the CD that I really wanted, which was the manuscript. So I was like, well, I've got to get all of the other ones now. Which, like the Albatross, I was going to get anyways because of the literary references. I probably wouldn't have cared about. But they're so pretty, and I'm like, you know what? I have the money now to do this, so I'm going to.
You have adult money now. You can do whatever you want with it.
I have grown-up money, and I can spend it on girlhood if I want to.
Yes. Taylor is hard loud music. It is.
Yeah.
For some reason, I always have this idea when I'm listening to, I think it's Out of the Woods. I always have this like feeling of a movie montage of like driving through winding foresty roads. Just always in my head.
Nice.
I don't know if that's what she intended me to do, but it's what I'm doing anyway.
I used to listen to her driving back and forth between here and Gainesville when I would come down for stuff. Mm-hmm. So like just Taylor Swift is associated with road trips for me and writing.
That's fair. Yes, it will be at 5 p.m. British time next week Friday. It will be 6 p.m. German time. It will be 12 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, when the sprints are starting next week. I'll call you in for therapy. That's why I messaged you. I was like, I know Margaret wants the bookmark.
Yes, I know. Like I didn't even want the entire pack. I just wanted the freaking bookmark.
Why don't you just go very nicely to the Mr. Cashier man and say, I'm so sorry. This is my money. I will have bookmark. Thank you.
Well, it's possible these collector's editions with the patches and the bookmarks and everything else are exclusive to her website.
Oh, yes. That could be due.
So
Needs must. Anyway, we will meet back here on Friday for group therapy. I mean, more productivity reading sprints. We'll also meet Margaret's channel that way. We'll also meet at Margaret's channel tomorrow. 2 p.m. British time, 3 p.m. German time, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Say bye, everybody.
Bye, Chloe.
Bye.
Hopefully I'll